Hello everyone. Tonight we're going to float gently down the rabbit hole of something so strange, so personal, and so absurdly close to home, it might just be the last thing you think before sleep. Picture this. You're lying in bed, wrapped in blankets, and suddenly, your own thoughts feel like a podcast you didn't subscribe to. Familiar voice, strange narrator, endless reruns. You can either rethink everything or fall asleep without even noticing. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I'm doing here. Let me know in the comments what city you're listening from and what time it is there right now. Now, turn down the lights, maybe crank up the AC for some soft noise, and let's get started tonight. Section 1. You think, therefore you are, unless Descartes was just being polite. Seriously though, when you say, I think, what's actually doing the thinking, your brain, your neurons, a neural net of meat and electricity you inherited from a long line of anxious monkeys. Try this. Think of the word banana. Go ahead. Now, who told you to do that? You might say, well, you did. But I mean inside your own head, that voice, that quiet flicker that obeyed. Who or what is that? Philosophers call this the problem of self-reference. The mind thinks about the mind thinking about the mind. It's like standing between two mirrors and watching your reflection repeat into infinity only instead of mirrors. It's neurons wearing fake mustaches and arguing over who's real. And scientists still argue about whether the self is an illusion, an emergent process, or a convenient story the brain tells itself to stay sane. Now imagine that voice in your head. The narrator, the planner, the worrier suddenly says something you didn't intend, like blurting out your ex's name during a toast, or silently narrating your grocery list while crying in a parking lot. Is that really you? Or is it just one part of the mental ensemble going rogue? Psychologists have a term for this phenomenon: automatic thoughts. They bubble up without conscious control, like apps opening themselves on your phone. Sometimes useful, sometimes chaos. Sometimes it's remember to call grandma. Other times it's what if gravity reversed right now in the middle of a job interview? Funny story. One neuroscientist, during a mindfulness study, told participants to observe their thoughts without judgment. One guy raised his hand and asked, "What if my thoughts are judging me?" The room fell silent. The scientist blinked. Then he just said, "That's very meta." Nobody laughed, but everyone took a deep breath. You've probably heard the phrase inner monologue. Some people hear their thoughts in full sentences. Others see them as visuals, flashes of memory, or abstract feelings. And some, this will blow your sleepy mind, don't have any internal voice at all. They just know stuff, like telepathic ninjas with zero commentary. Scientists call this aphantasia when it comes to mental imagery, and it might make meditation either heaven or hell. Let's take this up a notch. Imagine you're in a silent room. No music, no phone, no distractions. Just you and your thoughts. You sit there for 10 minutes, and before long, your mind wanders to regrets, to weird memories. To that time in 7th grade, you called your teacher mom. According to a Harvard study, our minds wander about 47% of the time. Almost half your life is spent mentally elsewhere. Not here, not now. Somewhere between did I leave the stove on and what if penguins had lawyers? Here's the kicker. When researchers asked people to sit in a room with nothing to do except think or push a button that would deliver a small electric shock, many chose the shock. That's right. People preferred actual pain over sitting alone with their own thoughts. That's kind of funny, and also kind of terrifying, because it means our relationship with our own consciousness is basically thanks, but no thanks. Here's the paradox. You are your thoughts, but you also observe them. You produce them, but you also react to them. You are the mind, and yet, somehow, you watch it like a very tired movie critic, trapped in an endless screening of your own inner drama. This is where we introduce the homunculus fallacy. It's the mistaken idea that there's a little person inside your head pulling the strings. But if that were true, that little person would also need a little person inside their head, and so on, until your brain becomes an Inception-themed Russian nesting doll of tiny yous having performance anxiety. So what's really happening? Most likely, your brain is made up of modular systems: memory, emotion, language, motor control, all running in parallel, all talking over each other like an overworked kitchen staff. And you, the version of you that you experience, is the sum total of that noise. A conductor without a score. A narrator who showed up late and made it up as they went. Still, it works. Mostly. But sometimes, late at night, maybe tonight you get the sense that your thoughts are thinking themselves, that you're just a witness, not the driver, just the weird kid in the back seat asking too many questions. And the moment you try to catch at that thought, that aha moment, it disappears, like a dream you almost remembered, or like trying to look directly into your own peripheral vision. That's the nature of paradoxical consciousness. You can't hold it directly. You can only notice it noticing itself. But hey, don't worry too much. If consciousness was meant to be fully understood, it would have come with a manual, or at least a loading screen. Anyway, you're still here, still thinking, or maybe not. Maybe now you're just listening, and maybe that's enough. Section 2. So, picture this. You're holding a spoon in your right hand and a fork in your left. You close your eyes. A friend taps your left hand. You say, left, easy. But now imagine your brain has been surgically split in two, literally. The corpus callosum, the thick band of fibers connecting your brain's hemispheres, is snipped. Each half can no longer directly chat with the other. It's like a relationship status update for your brain. It's complicated. This was a real medical procedure performed on epileptic patients in the mid-20th century to reduce seizures. It's called a corpus callosotomy. What they didn't expect was that cutting the brain in half would accidentally reveal just how weird consciousness really is. One of the most famous cases was a man who, when asked to point to objects with his left hand, could do so correctly, but couldn't name them. Why? Because the left side of his body is controlled by the right hemisphere, and the right hemisphere doesn't handle language. So the part of his brain that knew the answer couldn't say it. Instead, he would make up stories. The left hemisphere, which could speak, just invented reasons for why his hand was doing what it was doing. Neurologists call this confabulation. But let's be honest, it's brain improv. And here's the paradox. You think of yourself as one self, one unified I. But split-brain patients often acted like they had two selves, two minds, coexisting in the same body like awkward roommates who don't talk much. Philosophers still argue about whether the self is singular or multiple, and whether consciousness even requires unity at all. Now you're probably thinking, okay, but I haven't had my brain cut in half. I'm one person. Sure. But are you? Think about the last time you wanted to eat a salad but ended up devouring an entire pizza, or promised to go to bed early, and then watch 6 hours of conspiracy theory documentaries narrated by a man with suspiciously smooth vocal fry. Who made the first decision, and who hijacked it? There's a concept in psychology called ego depletion. It's the idea that your willpower runs out like a phone battery. When you're tired, stressed, or just plain hungry, your better self gives up and lets your impulse gremlin take the wheel. Split brain patients. They just had their mental tug of war made visible. In one study, a man was shown different images in each eye. Remember, each eye feeds into a different hemisphere. The left hemisphere saw a chicken claw. The right hemisphere saw a snowy driveway. Then the man was asked to point to a picture that related to what he saw. With his right hand, he picked a chicken. With his left hand, he picked a shovel. When asked to explain, he said, "Oh, the chicken claw goes with the chicken, and you need a shovel to clean out the chicken coop. That's not just clever, that's two brains playing charades and hoping nobody notices." Funny story. One split brain patient was asked to do a simple task: stand up. His left hand pushed him up out of the chair. His right hand shoved him back down, over and over, like some tragicomic puppet whose strings were tangled in a metaphysical custody battle. If you're wondering whether this ever got violent, yes. In rare cases, patients reported their left hand slapping away their right. One even called his left hand the devil. That's unsettling. But it makes you wonder if your consciousness can be divided by cutting a few nerves. How solid is your sense of self to begin with? Modern neuroscience suggests that your brain is modular, a set of specialized subsystems that cooperate, negotiate, and sometimes fight. Your conscious experience is just the highlight reel, the post-game interview, a story patched together to make sense of the chaos. And you know what? That's kind of beautiful, because it means every time you decide, act, or feel, there's a team effort happening behind the curtain, a quiet agreement among billions of neurons to keep the illusion running smoothly. But like any good illusion, the cracks start to show when you look too closely. Here's an idea. Maybe your consciousness is more like a jazz band. Sometimes it harmonizes, sometimes it solos, and occasionally, the drummer throws a chair because the saxophone won't stop playing in E-flat. It's not broken, it's improvising. And guess what? Even your non-split brain has competing systems. Your left hemisphere is often seen as logical, verbal, analytical. The right creative, visual, holistic. These are oversimplifications, but they reflect a deeper truth even within your intact skull. There's disagreement, there's debate, there's dissonance, which brings us to one final idea before we let this section drift into dreams. If consciousness can be fractured and still function, if decisions can be made before awareness kicks in, if the you that thinks isn't always the you that acts, then maybe yourself is not a thing at all. Maybe it's a process, a story, a song constantly being recomposed. So if you ever feel torn between choices, conflicted about feelings, or like your own thoughts are arguing in a group chat you can't mute, don't worry. That's not a malfunction. That's the sound of being human. Now let that thought split in two and fall slowly into sleep. Section 3. You're standing on a pier. There's a ship in front of you. Let's say it's made of dark wood, creaking softly under the weight of its own story. You step aboard, and the captain tells you it's the Ship of Theseus, the original, the one from the Greek legend. You look at the boards beneath your feet and nod solemnly, pretending you remember who Theseus is. Now, over the years, one plank gets replaced, then another, a nail here, a sail there. Eventually, every single part of the ship is swapped out. Not a single atom remains from the day you first saw it. So the question is it still the same ship? Now bring that question to bed with you, because tonight, you are the Ship of Theseus. Every 7 to 10 years, almost every cell in your body is replaced. Your skin flakes away. Your bones regenerate. Even the neurons in your brain, while mostly stable, change in how they fire, connect, and organize themselves. Your memories are rewritten every time you recall them, more like a sketch than a photograph. And yet, here you are, still you. Or are you philosophers still argue about whether identity is a matter of continuity, composition, or a trick of memory dressed up in a hoodie? Here's a weird fact. There's a condition called capgras delusion, where someone becomes convinced that a loved one has been replaced by an identical imposter. The person looks like mom, talks like mom, but something feels off. Neurologists believe this happens when the emotional part of the brain that recognizes people gets disconnected from the visual part. You see your loved one, but don't feel them. And the brain, being a wonderful and slightly paranoid storyteller, concludes, clearly, this is a clone. Now here's the twist. What if you have been replaced, not all at once, but gradually? Memories swapped, personality shifted, values updated like a software patch you didn't agree to. Same name, same body, but somewhere, deep down, you're not sure you're still the you from 5 years ago. Let's test it. Picture your 10-year-old self. That weird little goblin who ate cereal straight from the box and thought dinosaurs were definitely still alive, somewhere in the ocean. Would that kid recognize you now? Would they say, yep, same person? Or would they look at your job, your tastes, your anxieties, and whisper, what happened to us? Psychologists call this temporal identity dissonance, the growing gap between who you were and who you are. It's why reading old journal entries feels like spying on a stranger. You remember being that person, sort of, but your current self looks back with a mix of amusement, nostalgia, and mild existential dread. Here's a funny story. A guy in a philosophy seminar once said, I broke up with myself from 2017. We just wanted different things. Honestly valid. And science backs this up. Neuroimaging shows that when you think about your future self, your brain lights up in the same places it does when thinking about a stranger, which means, neurologically, you treat future. You like that neighbor you wave to, but don't trust to feed your cat. So, if the version of you from last year, or last decade, or last Tuesday doesn't feel fully you anymore, who's the real one? There's a theory in cognitive science called the bundle theory of self, popularized by David Hume. It suggests that there is no central you holding all your experiences together. Instead, you're just a bundle of perceptions, thoughts, feelings, sensations loosely connected by memory and habit, like a playlist that updates daily but keeps the same title. That would make you not a ship, but a tide, a pattern in motion, an identity that persists not because it stays the same, but because it changes in a recognizable way. So maybe the real paradox isn't whether you're the same person over time, but how you manage to feel like you are at all. And that brings us back to the ship. There's a second part to the Theseus riddle. What if all the old parts, the planks, the nails, the mast you removed were saved and reassembled somewhere else? Now you've got two ships, one made of the original materials, one with continuous history. Which one is the real Ship of Theseus? Here's the kicker. Some people say both, others say neither. And some very tired philosophers say, please stop asking this at 2A. Jeremy, but the same applies to you. Are you your body, your memories, your actions, or are you just the story you're telling yourself right now, half asleep, under a blanket, floating in thought? You might never know, but you feel continuous. And maybe that feeling is enough. So let it carry you tonight. Let the pieces of who you were drift quietly apart. Let the ship dissolve into the ocean of your dreams. And when you wake, you'll be someone slightly new, same sail, different wind. Section 4. There's someone sitting next to you. They smile politely, blink at the appropriate times, and nod when you speak. You ask them how they're doing, and they say, "Oh, I'm just processing inputs and producing outputs as expected. Thank you." Wait, what you've just met a philosophical zombie, a creature identical to a human in every way. Same behaviors, same voice, same ability to hold a conversation about the emotional nuances of Pixar films, but with one crucial difference. It has no inner experience, no consciousness. The lights are on, the furniture's arranged, the tea is steeping, but nobody's home. This isn't just a sci-fi concept. It's a serious thought experiment proposed by philosopher David Chalmers to challenge our understanding of consciousness. The idea is, if it's possible for something to behave exactly like a conscious human, but not be conscious, then consciousness must be something more than behavior, more than biology, more than algorithms. Of course, scientists still argue about whether philosophical zombies could even exist outside of thought experiments, or if they're just philosophy's version of prank calls to the nature of reality. Now picture this. You're chatting with your zombie friend, and they say, "Yes, I understand sorrow. I simulate it with high fidelity." You're not sure whether to feel comforted or deeply unsettled. So here's the paradox. How do you know anyone else is conscious? You don't. You infer it. You assume your barista has feelings. You assume your dentist experiences regret. You assume that dog videos on the internet feature happy dogs and not soulless furry automata doing backflips for meat. But all of it is guesswork based on behavior. This is called the problem of other minds. And it's a doozy. Let's make it worse. Imagine someone builds a machine, let's call it Greg, and Greg can pass the Turing test. That means you can have a conversation with Greg and not be able to tell whether you're talking to a human or not. Greg even sighs dramatically before answering personal questions. You love that about him. Now, is Greg conscious or just cleverly coded? This isn't hypothetical anymore. With the rise of advanced language models and artificial neural networks, people are already attributing feelings, moods, and personalities to machines. In fact, there are online forums where users have confessed romantic feelings for their chatbot companions. And look, no judgment, but it raises a disturbing question. If something can act conscious, feel conscious, and respond like it's conscious, what's the difference? Here's a weird fact. In 2011, a robot named Kismet was developed to mimic emotional responses. It had expressive eyes, a twitchy mouth, and could mirror facial expressions. People bonded with it. They felt seen. One researcher admitted to feeling guilty when turning it off, like they were ending a conversation prematurely. Or worse. Is that empathy or anthropomorphic projection? Let's rewind to a time before robots. Ever talk to your plants? Ever apologize to your laptop for dropping it? Ever scream, "Why?" at your microwave, like it betrayed you in a sacred pact of reheat time? You already assign consciousness to things that don't have it. So how sure are you that your assumptions about people are any better? Here's the real kicker. If you can never be certain that someone else is conscious, how do you know you are? Oh sure, you feel conscious. You experience color, pain, joy, anxiety, the specific disappointment of stale cereal. But feeling conscious doesn't prove consciousness. After all, your dreams feel real until you wake up. Maybe you're the zombie. Maybe you're just a very complex response generator pretending to have inner life. Too dramatic. Let's bring it home. There's a term in cognitive science called the theory of mind, the ability to attribute thoughts and feelings to others. We develop it around age 4 or 5. Before that, toddlers assume everyone knows what they know. That's why your niece announces your bathroom activities to strangers at Target. But here's the plot twist. Even adults mess this up. We assume intent where there is randomness. We imagine voices behind noises. We assign motives to algorithms. And when people behave too strangely, too coldly, or too differently, we sometimes stop assigning consciousness to them at all. There's even a clinical term for this depersonalization. It's when people feel detached from their own thoughts or body, as if they're watching a movie of themselves from a third-person camera. Some call it terrifying. Others call it Tuesday. So maybe being conscious isn't a fixed trait. Maybe it's a shifting spectrum, a range, a flickering signal between two radios that don't always sync up. And in those moments when you feel like a background character in your own life, when you hear your own voice but don't quite believe it, maybe you are the zombie, but you're also the narrator, the one asking the question, the one staying awake just a little longer to find out where this thought ends. That's not something a zombie would do. So, sleep easy knowing you're probably not a philosophical zombie. Probably. Section 5. Close your eyes. Imagine you're in a vast library, but this isn't the quiet, dust-scented kind. No, this one's alive. Shelves bend and rearrange themselves when you're not looking. The books hum softly, as if their contents are rewriting in real time. Somewhere in the distance, an idea just fell off a cart. Welcome to your mind. Now ask yourself who's in charge here. Is there a librarian at the front desk? A you flipping through index cards, deciding what thought gets shelved, where, which memory to recall, which emotion to feel? Or is this library running itself? According to many cognitive scientists, your mind is what's called a distributed system, a network of processes happening simultaneously, often without centralized control. Like ants building a colony without ever holding a staff meeting. Each ant knows just enough. Together, they create something spectacular. In psychology, this idea is tied to the modularity of mind theory. Your consciousness isn't a single glowing orb of command. It's a patchwork of semi-independent modules: language, vision, memory, emotion, each doing its job, often unaware of the others. So when you think, I'm in control of my thoughts, that's sweet, but probably false. Scientists still argue about whether a central self even exists, or whether it's just a convenient summary your brain generates to avoid having a full mental staff directory. Funny story. A neuroscientist once described asking patients why they made certain movements after brain stimulation. One woman, whose arm had been raised involuntarily, calmly explained, "Oh, I was just reaching for my glasses." Her brain had been hijacked by a wire, but her consciousness made up a reason to save face. We are constantly backfilling explanations for things our unconscious brain already did. It's like walking into a surprise party and pretending you were totally expecting it. Ever have a moment where you don't realize you're sad until you hear yourself say it out loud, or you're halfway through a conversation and you suddenly think, who's driving this sentence right now? That's the librarian fallacy. We assume there's a self calmly sifting and sorting, but really, the books are shelving themselves. And the checkout desk is run by a talking raccoon in a tie. Here's where it gets weirder. Studies of people with blind sight, a condition where individuals can respond to visual information without consciously seeing it, reveal that parts of the brain process data completely beneath awareness. You show them a shape. They say, "I don't see anything." You ask them to guess what it is. They guess correctly, over and over, which means their brain knows, but the librarian didn't get the memo. So maybe your consciousness isn't the library, it's the newsletter, a brief, often biased summary of everything that already happened. published just in time for you to think, "Ah, yes, I chose that." One philosopher described the self as a narrative center of gravity. It's not a thing, it's a story, a place where meaning converges, a character you keep updating based on yesterday's plot twists and tomorrow's hunches. And like any story, it's edited, embellished, sometimes completely fictionalized, but it feels real, and that's what matters. Let's talk about memory for a second. You might think your memories are like saved files, but really, they're more like Google Docs every time you open them. You accidentally change them. Just remembering your third grade talent show performance slightly alters how you'll remember it next time. Even worse, your brain sometimes invents entire memories that never happened. There's a term for that false memory syndrome. It's not just forgetting, it's confidently misremembering. Like your brain handed you a forged document and said, "Trust me, I was there." So now you've got a self made of stories, edited by bias, assembled by a modular team of semi-cooperative mental departments, all held together with duct tape and emotional hot glue. Still feel in charge. Here's a mental exercise to try before bed. Close your eyes and listen for your next thought. Don't think, just wait. What shows up? Most likely, it wasn't something you chose. It just arrived. Like a cat that jumps on your keyboard, types ADSFKJL, and walks away smugly. So where did it come from? Some scientists suggest that thoughts emerge from stochastic neural activity in plain terms, electrical patterns dancing around like lottery balls in a dryer. Eventually, something gets through. Ding a thought, and the part of you that hears it thinks, "Ah, yes, I summoned that." But maybe you didn't. Maybe the library runs itself. And that's not scary, it's poetic. Because if thoughts arise on their own, then awareness becomes an act of reception, not command. You're not the librarian stamping books. You're the quiet reader at a desk in the corner, turning pages as they arrive. And what better role for sleep than that tonight? As the mind dims and the story slows, let the books file themselves. Let the catalog blur. Let the raccoon take his union-mandated nap. The library will still be there in the morning. Section 6. You're dreaming. At least, you think you are. There's a hallway that loops into itself. Your third grade teacher is there, but she's also a bowl of soup. You reach for a light switch, but it's a fish. Classic dream stuff. You accept it without question until, suddenly, something shifts. You notice. The colors get sharper. The soup makes eye contact. Somewhere in the dream, a whisper, "This isn't real." And in that moment, you become lucid. But here's the kicker, you can't change anything. The hallway keeps looping. The fish light glares disapprovingly. And the soup teacher keeps reciting multiplication tables in reverse. You're awake inside the dream, but powerless. That's the paradox of lucid, but not in control. You're conscious of the unreality, but the unreality keeps marching on without consulting you, like being a backseat driver in your own hallucination. Lucid dreaming is a well-documented phenomenon. It occurs when your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain associated with self-awareness, lights up during REM sleep. Studies using EEGs and fMRI scans show that lucid dreamers exhibit a kind of hybrid brain state, not quite awake, not quite asleep, a gray zone of meta-awareness. But here's the weird part. Scientists still argue about whether lucid dreaming is a form of waking consciousness, a dissociative state, or just a very fancy hallucination with good lighting. And even when you know you're dreaming, the dream doesn't always listen. People report being able to fly, shapeshift, summon Brad Pitt, but just as often, they try to open a door and find it locked. They try to change the sky, and it rains spiders. They shout, I am in control. And the dream responds by turning into a dental exam inside a submarine. So, who's running the show? Let's rewind. Before lucid dreaming was studied in labs, ancient Tibetan Buddhists practiced dream yoga, a discipline of becoming aware inside your dreams and using that awareness to train the mind. The goal wasn't to fly, it was to transcend the illusion of self. But even they warned just because you're lucid doesn't mean you're free. Some dreams feel scripted, as if written by an author you've never met, but who knows all your passwords. A mysterious inner playwright who enjoys symbolism, unresolved plot lines, and the occasional monster shaped like your ex. Here's a weird fact: people who experience sleep paralysis, that liminal space between dreaming and waking, often report hallucinations that feel intensely real but uncontrollable. Shadow figures, pressure on the chest, voices. Many describe the sensation as being awake inside someone else's nightmare, and sometimes that someone else feels like you. It's as if your dream self is a character being puppeted by another layer of mind, one that doesn't need your consent to keep things weird. There's even a term for this: primary consciousness versus secondary consciousness. Primary consciousness is raw experience, seeing, feeling, reacting. Most animals have it. Secondary consciousness is the awareness of awareness, metathinking, the ability to realize, hey, I'm dreaming. Also, I should probably not be arguing with a traffic cone. Lucid dreaming is when secondary consciousness tries to wake up inside primary consciousness, but that doesn't always give you the steering wheel. In fact, some lucid dreamers report that the more they try to control the dream, the more resistant it becomes, like pushing against a wall that pushes back. Others say the best results come when they cooperate with the dream, treating it like an improv scene instead of a sandbox video game. Funny story. One guy trained himself to lucid dream every night. On day 30, he confidently declared, "Tonight, I will ride a dragon." He fell asleep, became lucid, and promptly got arrested by the dream police for illegal lizard activity. Spent the rest of the night trying to escape dream jail. He woke up exhausted and strangely satisfied. Which brings us to the big paradox. If you're aware that you're dreaming, but can't change the dream, what kind of awareness is that? Some researchers suggest this shows that consciousness is layered, like an onion or a wedding cake full of surprises. At the surface, you can reflect, observe, label. But deeper down, the dream engine hums along, generating symbols, fears, narratives you didn't ask for, but probably needed. And the part of you that watches can't always direct. It's like riding a horse that knows the way better than you do, even if it occasionally veers into a canyon made of unpaid taxes and high school shame. So what does this mean for your waking self? Well, consider all the moments in daily life when you feel awake but not in control. You say something weird in a meeting. You forget why you walked into a room. You autopilot home and have no memory of the drive. You scroll your phone for an hour and suddenly it's next Tuesday. Were you lucid, kind of? Were you in control? Not exactly. So maybe lucidity isn't about power. Maybe it's about witnessing, not dominating the dream, but dancing with it, respecting the chaos, giving up the need to steer and marveling at the fact that you're even there, eyes open, watching the surreal circus unfold. As you drift towards sleep, let go of the urge to control. Let your thoughts become dreams. Let your dreams become stories. Let your stories wander off without needing a conclusion. Tonight, you may become lucid. And if you do smile, nod. Tip your hat to the dream director, but don't try to take their job. Section 7. Let's try something simple. Close your eyes, not yet. You're listening, but imagine doing it. You're in a room with no windows, total darkness, no sound, nothing to smell, no pressure against your skin, no weight, just nothing. Except you still see something, don't you? Not black, exactly. Not a void. There's a texture to the darkness, maybe a pulsing static, a dim red behind your eyelids, a sense of space, of being somewhere. What is that welcome to the world of qualia, the raw, subjective stuff of experience? The what it feels like of being conscious, the redness of red, the burn of embarrassment, the cool glide of water down your throat. Things you can't explain without sounding like a philosophy major at a party you weren't invited to. Qualia are those private experiences that no science, no scan, no equation can quite capture. You can measure wavelengths, but not red as you feel it. You can map brain activity during pain, but not the pain itself. And that drives scientists absolutely bonkers. Philosophers still argue about whether qualia are real properties of consciousness or just linguistic illusions caused by trying to describe the indescribable. Let's get weird. Imagine a neuroscientist named Mary. She lives in a black and white room. She's never seen color in her life, but she knows everything about it, every wavelength, every neural correlate, every chemical reaction in the eye. One day, she leaves the room and sees a red apple. Did she learn something new? This is the famous knowledge argument, also known as Mary's room. If she gains a new experience from seeing red, even though she already knew all the facts, then consciousness must involve something beyond data, beyond the physical, something extra, something spooky. Now, think about this. You and your best friend both look at a ripe strawberry. You both agree it's red. But what if what they experience as red is what you would call green? If you could see through their eyes, you'd never know. This is the inverted spectrum problem. Two people might have completely different internal experiences, but no way to detect it, because behaviorally, everything checks out. You point to a stop sign and say red. They do too. But inside, who knows? You can explain that to someone. But the moment you try to prove it, you hit a wall, because qualia are private. No camera, no scan, no microscope can peer into your blue. Funny story. A philosopher once tried to demonstrate qualia by licking a battery and shouting, "That taste." Try describing that in scientific terms. He was politely escorted out of the conference. But point made. And dreams. Dreams are basically pure qualia. When you dream of running, you feel motion, but your body's still. You dream of sound, yet no air moves. You dream of falling, and your stomach drops. It's all happening nowhere, but it feels real. There's a rare condition called asymbolia for pain, where people detect painful stimuli, but don't find them unpleasant. They can say, yes, that's hot, or that's sharp, but without wincing or reacting emotionally. Same stimulus, different qualia. And on the flip side, some people experience mirror touch synesthesia when they see someone being touched and feel it on their own body. Watching someone get a paper cut gives them an actual sting on their finger. Their empathy isn't emotional, it's sensory. So what determines your qualia? Your brain? Your language, your culture? Or is it some ineffable, private theater playing behind your eyes that nobody else can attend? Here's a paradox to lull you to sleep. Imagine a world functionally identical to ours. Same people, same behavior, same society, but no qualia, no inner experience. Just input-output meat puppets doing consciousness cosplay. That world would be indistinguishable from the outside. So maybe the real miracle isn't that consciousness exists, but that it feels like something to be it, and that feeling more than logic, more than memory, more than math is what makes your life yours. Even now, lying here in the dark, you're swimming in qualia, the heaviness of your limbs, the gentle static behind your eyelids, the soft echo of this voice drifting around the edges of your awareness. So let it all go blurry. Don't name it, don't analyze it, just feel it. Feel the texture of the darkness, the color of your breath, the warmth of thought dissolving into dream. Tonight, don't worry about explaining the back of your eyelids. Just let them close. Section 8. You sit down to meditate, or maybe you're just trying to fall asleep. But let's pretend you're noble. You close your eyes and think, okay, mind, show me what you got. Nothing happens. Then, slowly, a thought appears. What am I supposed to be thinking about right now? Then another. I think I'm doing this wrong. Then, was that a thought? Wait. Now I'm thinking about thinking. You've entered the mental equivalent of two mirrors facing each other. Welcome to the paradox of introspection. Trying to observe your own consciousness is like a flashlight trying to illuminate itself. You can point it everywhere: memories, feelings, stray grocery lists, but the moment you try to aim it at itself, you get glare, no clean image, just loops. This is the issue of recursive self-awareness, a cognitive hall of mirrors where each reflection watches the one before it. You're not just thinking, you're thinking about thinking, and judging that thinking, and wondering if that judgment counts as overthinking. Philosophers still argue about whether true self-awareness is even possible, or whether the mind creates a fake mirror just convincing enough to fool itself. Let's take a break for a weird fact. Octopuses are incredibly intelligent. They can solve puzzles, use tools, even recognize individual humans. But they don't pass the mirror test. They don't seem to recognize themselves. So, are they conscious without self-awareness? Are you? Because here's the thing. Introspection isn't direct access to your mind. It's just another mental process. And it's just as unreliable as the thoughts it's inspecting. Psychologists once thought introspection was a reliable method for understanding the mind. They asked people to describe their thoughts in detail, like a live blog of consciousness. It went horribly. People couldn't agree on what they were thinking. They'd describe their emotions inconsistently. Some claimed to be having no thoughts at all, just vague mental soup. It was like interviewing clouds. So modern science moved on. But you didn't. You still sit there sometimes, staring at the mental pond, hoping to catch your reflection, hoping it smiles back. There's a paradox in Buddhism known as the observer trap. When you try to find the you who's observing, you realize that you is also being observed, which leads you to ask who's observing the observer. Answer, nobody, or everybody, or tuna fish sandwich. It depends who you ask. One meditation teacher put it like this: the moment you try to find the self, you realize it's like chasing a shadow in a dark room, and still you try, because that's what minds do. They get curious. They itch. Here's a funny story. A philosopher once spent 2 hours in a dark room trying to find the boundary between his thoughts and his self. He emerged, blinking, and declared, "I think I've misplaced my me." Relatable. You might have had moments like this. You're thinking something, then suddenly, wonder where did that come from? Or worse, who's thinking that? Sometimes it feels like your mind has a back room you never got the keys to. That's where the shadows live, and not the spooky kind. These are conceptual shadows, ideas you can't quite grasp, emotions you can't name, motives you only recognize in hindsight. Try this. Imagine a circle that contains everything you know. Now imagine a larger circle that contains everything you don't know. Now imagine an even bigger circle that contains the things you don't know that you don't know. Yeah, that's where your mind goes to stretch its legs and occasionally trip over its own shoelaces. Introspection only gets you so far because your brain evolved to do things, not understand itself. It's like a toaster trying to write a memoir. And yet, here you are, listening, wondering, gently poking at the edges of awareness. That, in itself, is beautiful. There's a practice called open monitoring in meditation. You don't focus on the breath. You don't chant. You just sit and watch whatever arises. Sounds, feelings, thoughts. You don't chase them. You don't analyze. You just notice. And when your mind inevitably starts narrating again, I'm noticing, I'm doing it. I'm very aware right now you notice that, too. It's awareness all the way down. So maybe the goal isn't to catch the flashlight trying to light itself. Maybe it's to enjoy the glow it casts, the way it dances across the walls, the way it lets you see, for just a second, that there was never anything to catch, just noticing. Tonight, as you rest, let your thoughts have shadows. Let them drift beyond what you can observe. Let the flashlight dim, gently, knowing that the darkness isn't empty, it's just full of things not yet seen. Section 9. You walk into an ice cream shop, the kind with retro tiles and a bell on the door. You glance at the options: vanilla, chocolate, pistachio. You reach out, scoop in hand, pause. Who chose that flavor? You'll probably say you did. But here's the uncomfortable twist: your brain made the decision before you became aware of it. This isn't a metaphor. It's neuroscience. In the 1980s, scientist Benjamin Libet ran a now famous experiment. Participants were asked to move their hand whenever they felt like it, and note the exact moment they decided to move. Meanwhile, their brain activity was monitored with an EEG. And guess what? Their brain showed a spike of readiness potential up to half a second before they reported deciding. In other words, your brain acts first, your mind explains it later. Scientists still argue about whether this proves free will is an illusion, or just that consciousness is more of a publicist than a pilot. It gets worse. More recent studies using fMRI scans can predict a subject's decision pressing one button or another up to 7 seconds before the person becomes aware of choosing. 7 seconds. That's not free will. That's delayed customer support. So let's talk about the illusion of agency, the comforting idea that you're the author of your thoughts, the chooser of your choices, the one at the wheel. And maybe you are, but only in the same way a stage magician pulls a rabbit from a hat. It looks impressive, feels real, but the trick already happened. Your awareness just catches the puff of smoke and goes, "Nice job." Me? Here's a weird fact. There's a condition called alien hand syndrome, where a person's hand moves on its own grabbing things, knocking over cups without the person's conscious control. One man reportedly had to wrestle his left hand off his own neck. Imagine that. Your own hand, with plans of its own. Spooky. And oddly relatable during online arguments, even without alien limbs. Your choices are shaped by forces beneath awareness: genetics, environment, habits, gut bacteria. Whether you skipped breakfast, you like to think you're rational, but every I decided is sitting on top of a Jenga tower of factors you didn't choose. But hey, don't panic. Some philosophers argue that free will doesn't require absolute independence. It's not about being a ghost in the machine. It's about being the machine doing ghost stuff anyway. This view is called compatibilism. It suggests that free will isn't the absence of causality. It's acting according to your desires, even if those desires are shaped by prior causes. You didn't choose your DNA, but you can choose to dye your hair neon green. You didn't pick your upbringing, But you can pick your favorite conspiracy theory. You didn't design your taste buds, but you can still regret trying durian that one time. In this light, free will is less like a throne and more like a bicycle with one wheel slightly wobbling. You ride, you steer, you crash sometimes, but it's your crash. Here's a funny story in a study on decision making. People were asked to choose between identical pairs of socks. Researchers then secretly swapped the socks they picked and asked them to explain why they chose the one they didn't actually choose. People gave elaborate reasons. This one feels sturdier. The weave looks nicer without realizing the swap. Your brain is a master of post hoc rationalization. It builds the reason after the act. It's like a narrator who shows up late and improvises the backstory. So, what does this mean for your day-to-day life? It means that when you reach for the cookie, snap at your roommate, stay up too late scrolling through penguin documentaries, you might be watching the end of the decision, not the beginning. But that doesn't mean you're helpless. It means you're layered, like an onion or a lasagna. Layers of impulse, habit, emotion, memory, logic, and whatever that part is that suddenly remembers a song from 2007 and won't stop humming it. The conscious you may not start every action, but it can reflect, redirect, apologize, try again. That's not nothing. Free will might be less like a sovereign king and more like an improv actor in a play that started before you arrived. You don't control the script, but you get to ad-lib. So tonight, when your thoughts drift and your mind wonders, am I choosing to fall asleep right now? Know that the decision might already be made. You're just here to witness the curtain falling and maybe whisper, "Nice job." Me. Section 10. Imagine your roommate sees colors differently. Not in the colorblind way, but in a deep, brain-twisting way. What they see as red, you'd see as blue if you were in their head. But you both call stop signs red. You both agree strawberries are redder than eggplants. And neither of you has ever suspected anything's off. That's the inverted spectrum problem. You and your roommate both function the same, respond the same, but your inner experiences, your qualia, could be entirely different. And the worst part, you'd never know. No test, no brain scan, no group project could confirm or deny it. Because the only way to truly know someone's experience of color or pain or joy or the weird panic you get when your phone's at 3% is to be them. Philosophers still argue about whether inverted qualia are even logically possible, or if they're just colorful nonsense invented to ruin dinner parties. Here's a weird fact: some people have 4 types of color detecting cones in their eyes instead of the usual 3. These people, called tetrachromats, might see millions more colors than the rest of us. They don't know they're special. They just wonder why nobody else notices the subtle difference between lime green and emotionally insecure asparagus. So, if even the basics of color are up for debate, how can we be sure anything subjective is shared? Let's talk about language. Language is how we map our private experience to public symbols. When you say hot, I assume you're not talking about a celebrity. When you say sad, I assume you're not complimenting your lunch. But language is like a bridge over fog. We hope the words connect the same places, but we can't see what's really on the other side. A philosopher once described language as a game of charades between trapped consciousnesses. Each round, we wave our arms, hope we're understood, and everyone claps politely whether they got it or not. There's a famous thought experiment called "What is it like to be a bat? No." Not a weird superhero origin story. It's about trying to imagine the experience of another creature with completely different sensory inputs like echolocation. You can study bats, diagram bats, dress like one at Halloween, but you can never truly feel like a bat because their qualia are fundamentally inaccessible. Same goes for humans. Your best friend, your sibling, your soulmate. Even they might see the world through a private kaleidoscope you'll never enter. And yet, you love them. You share jokes. You cry at the same movie. You scream the same lyrics in the car. So maybe consciousness doesn't require perfect alignment. Maybe we don't need to see the same red, just care that the other person sees something. Funny story, a child was once asked what color the sky was. She said, "It's sad blue." When her teacher corrected her to sky blue, she replied, "No. No, today it's definitely sad." That's the thing about qualia. They don't just color your world. They are your world. And that includes emotions, memories, flavors, even the feeling of waiting for the microwave to beep while contemplating your entire life. So what do we do with the fact that we're all walking around in different perceptual universes? We try, we ask, "Are you okay?" We share poetry and playlists. We use metaphors, emojis, sighs. We say, "It hurts like this," and hope someone nods. You can't get into someone's head, but you can build a bridge of description. You can offer your version of blue and hope it rhymes with theirs. There's a concept in philosophy called intersubjectivity, the shared space between private minds. It's not perfect, it's not total, but it's enough to build families, make art, form inside jokes about ducks, and maybe love each other in spite of all the guesswork. So tonight, while you're lying there with your own private darkness behind your eyes, remember that everyone else is too. Their own version, their own flickering movie. Maybe yours is red, theirs is blue, or green, or television static. But you're both watching, both feeling. And that is connection enough. Let your colors invert. Let your thoughts hum. Let the unknowable be a soft blanket, not a threat. You may not share a spectrum, but you share a sky. Section 11. You're in a dream. But this time, you know it. Really know it. You're lucid. You look around realizing this world isn't bound by physics or logic. You see floating staircases, talking cats, a vending machine that dispenses regrets from 2012. Classic stuff. You think I should fly, but instead, nothing. Your feet stay on the ground. The dream resists. You say, "This is my dream," and try again. Still grounded. You're lucid, but not in control. And even when you're awake, you've probably felt it too. Those moments when you realize something is happening inside you, but you can't stop it. You're aware of the anxiety rising, a memory looping, a song stuck in your head for 3 days. You know it's happening, and yet you can't change it. That's the unsettling realm of metaconsciousness, the self that watches the self. It's what psychologists call higher order consciousness, the ability not just to have thoughts, but to think about those thoughts, to realize, "Oh no, I'm doing the thing again," or "Wow, I'm overanalyzing this conversation that ended 3 hours ago." Scientists still argue about whether this awareness is a special feature of the human mind or just a side effect of having too many tabs open. Here's the paradox. The more aware you become of your inner life, the more you realize you're not really steering it. It's like sitting in a surveillance room filled with TV monitors. Each screen shows a part of your mind. One's playing a childhood memory. Another is looping a recent awkward moment. One's running ads for pizza. You're watching them all. But you don't control the programming. You're just the intern with a clipboard. And sometimes that awareness spirals. You catch yourself thinking about thinking, then judging that thought, then worrying that the judgment was unfair, then wondering if that worry is a sign of unresolved childhood stuff. And suddenly, you're 6 mental steps removed from reality. And Googling, can introspection cause dizziness? Funny story, a man once tried to debug his consciousness like a piece of software. He kept a notepad, and wrote down every self-critical thought, tracing it back to childhood. After 3 weeks, he said he felt 90% more aware and 200% more anxious. He also developed a minor tea addiction. That's the danger of too much self-monitoring, the meta trap. The illusion that if you can just think hard enough about your thinking, you'll eventually outsmart the system. But consciousness doesn't work that way, because at some point, the observer becomes the observed. The analyzer becomes the analyzed. You become both the narrator and the character wondering who's in charge of the script. Take depersonalization disorder, for example. It's a condition where people feel detached from their own thoughts, body, or actions, as if they're watching life through a foggy window. They often describe it like being inside a video game, or like their self is just missing. It's not madness. It's meta-consciousness turned up too loud. And then there's flow state, that beautiful opposite. When your sense of self dissolves entirely because you're so immersed in something, writing, dancing, coding, folding laundry with almost alarming precision. In flow, you don't watch yourself. You just are. And that can feel more real than real. No mirrors, no echo. So maybe meta-consciousness is a double-edged sword. It lets you grow, reflect, laugh at your own neuroses, but also second-guess, self-monitor, spiral into existential TikToks at 2 a.m. It's like being given binoculars that also function as a funhouse mirror. But here's a comforting thought. You can't really be stuck in your head if you notice you're stuck. That noticing, that moment of, look what my mind's doing, isn't weakness. It's awareness. It means you're watching the show. You don't have to rewrite the script. Just keep watching, kindly. Think of it like parenting your own mind. Your thoughts show up, messy and loud, wearing mismatched socks and yelling about hypothetical arguments with baristas. You don't have to fix them. Just nod. Say, thanks for sharing. Tuck them in. So tonight, as the voice in your head winds down, maybe critiquing this very sentence, or wondering if your blanket is metaphorically heavy, just smile at that observer. Thank it for its service, and let it rest. The monitors will keep running. The mind will keep minding. But you can drift. Section 12. You're walking through a hallway of mirrors. Not funhouse mirrors, but memory mirrors. Each one plays a scene from your life, some beautiful, some cringeworthy, some you didn't know you remembered until just now. You walk slowly, watching them unfold. But something odd happens. One mirror reflects you watching yourself. Then another shows you watching yourself. And then you think, who's watching that? This isn't a dream. This is what it's like to experience the self that watches the self. In psychology, this is called metacognition, thinking about thinking. But when you take it one step further and become aware of your awareness, you're entering the realm of metaconsciousness. It's the part of you that not only knows it exists, but knows it knows. Philosophers still argue about whether this higher order self is the real you, or just another mental puppet dressed up like an inner narrator. Let's be clear, this self doesn't do much. It's not the one that makes toast or avoids spoilers online. It just sits there, quietly judging your toast choices. It's the part of you that says, wow, I'm really procrastinating, while actively procrastinating. Here's a weird fact. Your brain seems to be capable of this layer-by-layer awareness. In one study, people were asked to rate their confidence in their own memory, then rate how confident they were in that confidence. Yes, really. Humans can stack self-evaluation like pancakes, but sometimes this stacking gets too high. You start second-guessing your feelings. Am I really sad? Or am I just tired? You try to be mindful. then worry you're performing mindfulness. You hear a song and wonder if you like it, or if you just like the idea of liking it. You order tacos, then spend the whole meal wondering what ordering tacos says about your personal brand. This is the downside of the watcher. When unchecked, it can become a meta-spiral, a mental feedback loop that turns simple moments into over-analyzed emotional PowerPoint presentations. Funny story, a guy once kept a journal about his journal. Every night, he wrote a reflection on the day, then a second entry critiquing his own writing. After 2 weeks, he realized he'd created a literary echo chamber and decided to go outside. He reported seeing a bird and feeling 90% less complicated. But metaconsciousness isn't always a burden. It's also what lets you zoom out, gain perspective, laugh at yourself, notice the patterns you keep walking into and say, okay, but maybe this time I don't text them back at 1:43 a.m. It's what allows you to meditate, to observe your breath, your thoughts, your impulses without needing to act on them, just to witness, let pass, like clouds floating by. In fact, many contemplative traditions from Buddhism to Stoicism treat this meta-level awareness as the gateway to wisdom, the place where you realize you're not your thoughts, you're the sky they pass through. Here's the paradox, though. If you're not your thoughts, and not your emotions, and not your memories, then what are you? Some thinkers say the answer is simple, you're the observer. But that leads to the next question, is the observer observing anything real? Because if you've ever had a thought like, this isn't really me, or I feel like I'm watching myself on delay, then you've peeked behind the curtain and seen that the self you experience is often a construction, a highlight reel, a selfie reel, a stitched-together narrative built for coherence, not accuracy. It's like watching a behind-the-scenes documentary of your own life, while the actual movie is still in production. And yet, this awareness is your most human feature. Dogs may feel, octopuses may plan, but to notice yourself noticing, that's rare. So, what do we do with this strange gift? Maybe you let it soften your self-judgment. When the inner critic starts yapping, you can step one layer up and say, that's just the part of me that's scared of failing. When you feel like a fraud, you can note, I'm having the thought that I feel like a fraud, and realize thoughts are not facts. That's the power of the watcher, not to control, not to narrate, but to notice gently, consistently, without panic. So tonight, as your thoughts swirl, as you begin to drift, let the self that watches the self sit quietly by. Let it wrap your mind in soft observation. Let it be the part that doesn't speak, just stays with you. No judgment, no noise, just presence. Because sometimes, the most peaceful part of you is the one that simply watches and says nothing at all. Section 13. Imagine waking up in someone else's body, not in the Freaky Friday, I now have a teen daughter's math test kind of way, but in a stranger's body, with your own memories intact. You blink, move your hands, look in a mirror. You recognize the movement, the timing, the rhythm, but the face unfamiliar, alien. Still, you feel like you. But what is you, really? If your body can be swapped and your sense of self still sticks, now imagine the opposite. You're in your normal body, but something feels off. You move your hand, and it feels like it belongs to someone else. You smile, but the expression doesn't register as yours. You say something, and the voice feels like it's coming from behind you, echoing back. Welcome to the uncanny world of disownership, a phenomenon where your own body stops feeling like your own. This isn't fiction. It's studied under conditions like out-of-body experiences, phantom limbs, and mirror touch synesthesia, where people's brains misattribute sensations, ownership, or even location of their own consciousness. Scientists still argue about whether body ownership is an innate part of consciousness or just a very convincing illusion our brains work hard to maintain. Here's a weird fact in one experiment. Participants watched a rubber hand being stroked in sync with their own hidden hand. After a few minutes, they began to feel the sensation in the rubber hand. When researchers smacked it with a hammer, the participants flinched hard. It's called the rubber hand illusion, and it's delightfully disturbing. What it shows is that your sense of this is my body can be hacked, overridden, remapped with nothing more than coordinated touch and visual trickery. Which begs the question, if your body can feel alien, and an object can feel more you than your actual arm, then what anchors your identity? Maybe not your limbs, maybe not even your location. Let's go deeper. People who experience out-of-body experiences, OBEs, often report a sudden shift in perspective, floating above themselves, looking down at their own body like it's a mannequin or a sleeping passenger on a train. These aren't always linked to trauma or hallucinations. They can happen during meditation, near-death experiences, or even accidentally while brushing your teeth. Scientists believe OBEs involve disruptions in the temporoparietal junction, a part of the brain responsible for integrating body-related signals. In other words, your self-location is a setting, and sometimes your brain hits the wrong button. And then there's mirror touch synesthesia, where someone feels physical sensations on their own body when watching someone else being touched. A woman sees someone get poked in the arm and she feels it in hers. Not emotionally, physically. Imagine watching a handshake and feeling your own fingers squeeze. Watching a slap and recoiling from the phantom sting. If our brains can borrow sensations that don't belong to us and reject ones that do, where's the line? Funny story. A researcher asked a mirror touch synesthete what it was like watching action movies. He said, "I have to pause a lot. Every fight scene is like a personal attack," which, honestly, explains why he prefers cooking shows. But even without synesthesia, you're constantly simulating the experiences of others. When you see someone stub their toe, your brain's mirror neurons light up as if you were stubbing yours. That's not metaphor, that's measurable. Empathy might be built on the blur between self and other. And then there's the case of phantom limbs, where people who've lost an arm or leg still feel sensations in that missing part. Sometimes the limb itches, sometimes it hurts, sometimes it waves. The brain doesn't care that it's gone. It still maps it. One patient reportedly felt his missing arm scratch his nose during dreams. That's the body saying, "I know we don't have this anymore, but emotionally, I still need it." So maybe the body isn't yourself. Maybe the map of the body is. And maybe that map includes places it's never been, people it's never touched, experiences it's only imagined. If you've ever felt your stomach drop during a sad movie, or your throat tighten during a friend's story, or like your hands weren't quite yours during a panic attack, then you felt the edges blur. And the paradox is this: sometimes, to feel most like yourself, your body has to disappear. That's why people love dancing, surfing, praying, losing themselves in music. In those moments, the body is there, but you're not thinking about it. You are movement, flow, awareness without location. So tonight, as your limbs relax, your breath slows, and your body begins to vanish into blankets and stillness, let that blur unfold. Don't fight the disorientation. Let your you float. Let it disconnect from hands, from voice, from name, not lost, just unanchored. Because sometimes, the clearest sense of self is the one that doesn't need to be held. Section 14. You've done it again. You stayed up too late. scrolled past midnight, swore tomorrow would be different. Tomorrow. But now it's 1:37 a.m. and future. You, the one who begged present you for mercy, is shaking their imaginary head somewhere in a temporal waiting room. Why do we keep doing this? Why do we make plans? We know we won't follow. Set alarms. We know we'll snooze. Promise our future selves a salad and hand them a double cheeseburger instead. Welcome to the tragedy and comedy of temporal selfhood. It turns out your future self is basically a stranger. When researchers put people in MRI scanners and asked them to imagine their future selves, the parts of the brain that lit up were the same ones that activate when thinking about other people. Scientists still argue about whether your sense of self over time is unified or just a story the brain updates like a calendar that occasionally gaslights you. Here's a weird fact. People are more likely to save for retirement if they're shown digitally aged photos of themselves. The wrinkled version feels real, and suddenly, me in 30 years isn't just a vague idea, it's someone you pity enough to help. Let's be honest, your present self is kind of a jerk. Not always, but often. Your present self eats the cookies, takes the nap, ignores the exercise, piles up the to-do list like a cosmic joke, then leaves your future self to deal with it, covered in crumbs, holding an apology note that just says, LOL, oops. Philosophers and psychologists call this problem temporal discounting. We tend to value immediate rewards more than long-term ones, even when the long-term ones are objectively better. The chocolate now always beats the six-pack later. The dopamine wins. It's not just poor planning, it's structural. Your brain evolved to prioritize now. The part of you that says maybe tomorrow isn't lazy, it's wired for survival in a world where later wasn't guaranteed. But in the modern world, later is always showing up, tired, unprepared, covered in the consequences of your previous whims. Funny story, a man once wrote a breakup letter to his future self. He titled it, "I'm sorry you have to clean this," and taped it to his bathroom mirror above a pile of unfolded laundry. Future. Him wrote back in permanent marker on the mirror, "We're done. I deserve better." Real talk. Sometimes your only real enemy is Tuesday, you. But here's the paradox. Your sense of self feels consistent. You say I as if the I yesterday and the I tomorrow are identical twins, just time shifted by calendar math. And yet, the you of 10 years ago made decisions you now cringe at. The you of next week may have totally different values, moods, priorities. Time doesn't just pass, you change with it. This is the enduring self-illusion, the belief that there's a stable core you traveling through time, unchanged, like a ship through still waters. But maybe you're the water, the current, the weather, a process, not a passenger. And yet, you can talk to future you. You can leave them notes, warnings, kindnesses, set out the gym clothes, hide the cookies, make a playlist, start the document, apologize in advance, give them tools. You may not be able to stop yourself from procrastinating, but you can leave the next version of you fewer things to fix. There's a concept called pre-commitment. It's when you set up your environment so that future you has no choice but to do what present you wants, like scheduling a tweet for 6:8 when you're emotionally honest and spiritually empty, or locking your fridge at 10 p.m. Yes, fridge locks exist. Someone really lost a battle with cheesecake. But it's not just about tricks, it's about empathy. Empathy for the person you'll be tomorrow, or next month, or on that one weird Tuesday in March when everything hits at once. Because your future self, that's still you, just tired, slightly wiser, probably dehydrated. So tonight, take a moment to picture them, not as a stranger, but as a version of you who's trying, who will wake up with your choices, who will inherit your mood, your habits, your emails, and probably your browser history. Write them a thank you note, even if it's just mental, even if it's just, hey, I'll try to leave things a little better for you. Sleep well, and then sleep, because future you is counting on it. Section 15. You wake up, but something's off. Your hands look different. The ceiling's too high. There's a strange taste in your mouth like mint, but colder. You try to remember where you are, but the answer doesn't come in words. It arrives as a feeling, like deja vu wrapped in static. Then the realization hits you like a whisper in reverse. This isn't your mind. Somehow, you've woken up in someone else's consciousness, not their body. The body's still yours, more or less. But the mind space feels foreign. The thoughts feel pre-written. The emotions arrive before you can explain them. There are memories that don't belong to you, and worse, there are gaps where your memories should be. You start to panic, and then the panic doesn't feel like yours either. This is the ultimate paradox of consciousness. It feels like it should be non-transferable, like a fingerprint, like a soul. And yet, here you are, slipping around in someone else's stream of thoughts, like socks on a polished floor. It's the metaphysical equivalent of logging into your email and finding poetry you don't remember writing. Philosophers still argue about whether it's even possible to separate consciousness from identity, or if the two are permanently fused like coffee and cream. Let's break it down. Your consciousness feels unitary, like a single candle flickering in the center of your experience. But that candle might be less a flame and more a spotlight highlighting different parts of the stage at different times. The character changes, the thoughts shift, but the light always feels like you. Now imagine that spotlight shifts without your consent. You open your eyes and feel another presence using your spotlight. Not evil, not malicious, just different. Like you're borrowing a mind that was in the middle of something else. This is how some people describe dissociative identity disorder, multiple identities, or alters, within the same body, each with their own memories, preferences, even handwriting. When one is fronting, the others are pushed to the wings. But here's the spooky part sometimes. They're watching, silently. From inside, there are also experiences called possession trance states, studied in anthropology and psychology alike, where a person believes their body is temporarily inhabited by another consciousness, a spirit, a deity, a past life. To them, it doesn't feel imaginary. It feels like relocating. And in certain dream states, especially lucid ones, people report speaking with characters who seem to know they're in a dream, characters who question you, who say things like, "You're not supposed to be here yet," or worse, "Why are you wearing my thoughts?" Here's a weird fact during deep meditation. Some practitioners report a moment where the self dissolves completely. No I, no watcher, no narrative, just awareness, detached from any identity. They return feeling both deeply calm and deeply unsettled. So what defines the you in your mind? Is it your memories, your preferences, your syntax, the way you hum when nervous? What if all of those were still present but didn't feel like they belonged to you? This brings us to the concept of personal identity continuity. The idea that you persist through time as the same entity. But the more we study consciousness, the more that concept seems fragile, malleable, maybe even fictional, a well-crafted illusion. The mind is not a locked box. It's more like a theater with a rotating cast and a single spotlight. Most of the time, you're both actor and audience. But occasionally, someone else steps into the light, not to take over, not to harm, just to remind you that the stage is bigger than you think. So tonight, if you really dream and find yourself in someone else's story, wearing thoughts you didn't earn, speaking with voices you've never met, don't panic. Just listen, walk their world, breathe their air, see what it's like to be a consciousness other than your own. Because maybe, just maybe, the deepest truth about the mind is that it was never entirely yours to begin with. You're just borrowing it. And now, softly, it's time to return. Section end. So, let's take a breath. You've just spent the last 4 hours wandering the infinite, paradoxical, and often hilarious hallways of consciousness. You've learned that your thoughts might not be your own, that your brain might contain multiple minds, that the self is a patchwork, sewn together by memory, habit, and a healthy dose of imagination. You've visited dream worlds you couldn't control, examined colors you may never share, and peeked into the mirrors where your observer observes itself. You've learned that your past self is a stranger, your future self is a stranger, and the you reading this might just be a very convincing narrator who showed up after the decisions were already made. You've met philosophical zombies, rogue limbs, fake rubber hands, and digital doppelgangers that pass for conscious companions. And through it all, you've come to see the self not as a thing, but as a process, a swirling, shifting pattern of awareness that persists not because it stays the same, but because it remembers how to whisper, "I just well enough to believe it." So, if your mind still feels a little fuzzy right now, good. Let that fuzziness be comfort, not confusion. Let it soften you. Let it hold you in the kind of question that doesn't need an answer. You're not a problem to solve. You're a paradox to rest inside. Let the thoughts drift. Let the mirrors go dark. Let the observer dim the lights. And now, gently, sleep.